We're going to start in just a moment. We turn in the Machzorim, in the special High Holiday prayer books, to Seder Hotzaat HaTorah, the service of taking the Torah scrolls from the Ark, page 274. For Yom Kippur, please rise. Page 274, please rise.
Ein kamocha va'Elohim Adonai, v'ein kematecha, malchutecha malchut kol olamim, u'memshaltecha b'chol dor v'ador.
Adonai Melech, Adonai Malach,
Adonai Melech, le'olam ba'in, Adonai oz le'amo yitein, Adonai yevarech et amo v'shalom.
Adonai, Adonai, God merciful and compassionate, patient, abounding in love and faithfulness, assuring love for thousands of generations, forgiving iniquity, transgression, and sin, and granting pardon. Page 275.
Adonai, Adonai, El Rachum v'Chanun, El Rachum v'Chanun, Erech Apayim v'Rav Chesed v'Emet, Noter Chesed l'alafim, Noter Chesed l'alafim, Nose Avon v'Fesha v'Chata v'Nakeh. Adonai, Adonai, El Rachum v'Chanun, El Rachum v'Chanun, Erech Apayim v'Rav Chesed v'Emet, Noter Chesed l'alafim, Noter Chesed וחנון, אל רחום וחנון, ערך אפיים ורב חסד ואמת, נוצר חסד לאלפים, נוצר חסד לאלפים, נושא עוון ופשע וחטא ונקה.
May the words of my mouth and the meditations of my heart be acceptable to you, O Lord, my rock and my redeemer.
Va'ani tefilati, tefilati, lecha Adonai et ratzon Elohim berov chasdecha aneni
may be seated. Good Yontiv, good morning, everyone. Welcome back to Temple Israel. I want to first say a big Yasher Koach to Perry Tannenbaum for leading us in Shacharit this morning. Kol HaKavod, Yasher Koach, Perry, thank you. We turn from Shacharit, from the morning service, and we transition into the Torah reading for Yom Kippur, which can be found on page 278. There is an old Yiddish story written by Yud Lamed Peretz in the style of Hasidic tales. It's written in Yiddish, but in English it's called If Not Higher. In this story, a Hasidic Rebbe, the Nemirover Rebbe, who is the leader of the Hasidim in this small Polish town, is the main character. And each Friday during the season of repentance, beginning in Elul, he disappears and is nowhere to be found until Shabbat starts. His followers, as Hasidim often do, attribute great powers to him and believe that on Fridays, their Rebbe, their teacher, ascends to heaven, goes up to heaven to intercede on their behalf directly with God. But one year, a Litvak, a non-Hasidic Jew, who doesn't accept such Hasidic mystical stories, comes to town and hears this story of the Rebbe's powers. Scoffing at the story and the foolishness of the simple Hasidim, he hides outside the Rebbe's house early Friday morning. And before the sun rises, he observes the Rebbe coming out of his house disguised as a Polish peasant. He discreetly follows the Rebbe into the woods and watches as the Rebbe spends the morning chopping wood from trees. Then the Rebbe takes all the wood that he has chopped and brings it to the home of an older, frail Jewish woman who lives by herself. Still pretending to be a peasant, he gives her the wood and lights the fire to warm her cold house. Peretz describes him as he does this work. As the rabbi put the wood into the oven, he recited in a groan the first portion of the penitential prayers. As he kindled the fire and the wood burned brightly, he recited a bit more joyously the second portion of the penitential prayers. When the fire was set, he recited the third portion and shut the stove. The Litvak, who had doubted the Rebbe, now sees what he is actually doing every Friday. He becomes a follower of the Hasidim, and whenever he hears someone relating that on Friday the Rebbe goes up to heaven, he adds, if not higher. This is a beautiful story to consider as we read from the Torah and Haftarah portions for Yom Kippur morning. The Torah in Vayikra in Leviticus and the Haftarah from Isaiah seem to present two very different models of piety. The Torah describes the Avodah, or the original service of the high priest in the ancient temple in the Mishkan, the desert sanctuary that the Israelites built after leaving Egypt. He offers sacrifices, he confesses sins, and he sends away a scapegoat. He intercedes directly with God on behalf of the Israelites, and through his work, he earns for them kapara, or atonement. In contrast, Isaiah castigates those who practice empty ritual and warns the people fasting. Even on your fast day, you press your interests and oppress your laborers. Contending and fighting each other, you fast while you beat with the fist of evil. The fast you perform today will not make your voice heard on high. Instead, you must loosen the bindings of evil and break the slavery chain. Those who were crushed release to freedom. Break your bread for the starving and bring dispossessed wanderers home. When you see a naked person, clothe him and do not avert your eyes from your neighbor. The words of Isaiah must have inspired the Nemirover Rebbe, who recited his slichot, his penitential prayers, as he took care of the old woman who everyone else had forgotten. Read together, the Torah and the Haftarah challenge us on Yom Kippur to take seriously both the words of prayer that we recite today and the rituals that we perform, and at the same time to use a famous misquote from both Frederick Douglass and Rabbi Abraham Joshua Heschel, how we pray with our feet, with our actions. So with the 6 aliyot from the Yom Kippur Torah reading, we will honor people who each in their own way support those in need, who support the people around us who could use just a little more help to stand on a more even playing field. And after their aliyot, they will have a chance to share about the important work that they support. And after Yom Kippur, I send out a wrap-up email with information about the day, and we'll share information about the things that they talk about today. So let's turn to the Yom Kippur Torah reading that can be found in the Machzor on page 278, Vayikra chapter 16, verse 1. For the first aliyah, we call on Zach Gerger.
יעזור ביגים ישיר לחוסם בו ונאמר אמן הכל הפקודל ניתנו כבוד לתורה יעמוד כהן ברוך שנתן תורה לעמו ישראל בקדושתו ואתם מביאים באדוני אלוהיכם חיים כולכם היום.
Baruch Adonai Hamvorach.
Baruch Adonai Hamvorach leolam vaed.
Baruch Adonai Hamvorach leolam vaed. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam. Asher b'chabanu mikol ha'amim v'natan lanu et Torato. Baruch atah Adonai noten haTorah.
Amen.
Amen. Vayidaber Adonai el Moshe achrei mod. Shnei b'nei Aaron, v'karvatam lifnei Adonai, v'yamutu. V'yomer Adonai el Moshe, daber el Aaron achicha, v'yavo b'chol eit el hakodesh, mihi beit la parochet, el penei hakaporet, asher Aaron v'lo yamud, Ki ba'nahan eira el kaporet, Bizot yavo Aaron el hakodesh, Bifar ben bakar, Lechatat vayile olah, Ketonet bahad kodesh yilbash, U'michnasei ba'ad yehiyu al b'saro, U'avnei bahad yachor, U'yitznefet bahad yitzno, B'gdei kodesh heim brachat b'mayim et b'saro v'sham u'meit adab b'nei Yisrael yikach sh'nesrei zihim lechatad ba'il echad le'olah v'hikri v'haron et par hachatat asher lo v'chiper ba'do uvad beito.
Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam. Asher natan lanu Torah emet v'chayei olam notah b'tochenu. Baruch atah Adonai noten haTorah.
Amen. Zach, would you join me over here? Zach, Yasher Koach on your aliyah. And shortly after I started here, you shared with me some of the important work of the Dilworth Center, which you support. And I'm hoping you can share with the congregation about that as well.
Thank you, Rabbi.
Sorry.
What I'm about to describe seemed easier when I discussed this subject with the rabbi when he came to Charlotte. I wanted him to know about a program that may help some in our community who should the need arise. Here in front of all of you, this has a whole other and much bigger meaning. American families, Jewish families, everywhere families are struggling with a secret. It's a disease that lives in the darkness. At its core, it is a secret that has a fear and a shame wrapped all around it. Drug abuse and addiction is still a major problem in the United States and growing. Two profoundly ugly statistics. Last year, about 108,000, mostly young people, died in the United States due to drug overdose, and about half were from fentanyl. And the year before was about the same. This statistic has for years now had a steep upward trajectory. Big numbers. To compare, 84,000 people in the United States died last year from suicide and auto accidents combined. Drug abuse dwarfs that. Drug addiction and abuse is a family disease, infected many of our families. Some enable it, others hide it, some ignore it, and ultimately, some suffer the ultimate grief from this disease, a death in the family. Substance abuse and addiction damages families. It's a family disease. Can I say that enough? It requires a family treatment. When we see others abusing drugs or alcohol, there are available options for help. I have supported the work of the Dilworth Center. Families are put back together when substance abuse has infected them. It is a process. It takes work. It takes honesty. It takes confronting fears, but it is available, the help. Know there is help. Dilworth Center is an outstanding option, and many of you know about this particular facility. By the way, it is a nonprofit organization. I'm in no way officially associated with it. I don't get paid. But I encourage you, if substance abuse is ringing around your family, that you actually search out this organization.
Thank you, Zach. Can you go stand over there? Continue with the second aliyah, page 279, and we call on Patty Norcom.
It's right here.
Baruch Adonai Hamvarach.
Baruch Adonai Baruch Leolam Vaed.
Baruch Adonai Hamvarach Leolam Vaed. Baruch Atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam asher bachar banu mikol ha'amin ve'natan lanu et Torato. Baruch Atah Adonai noten haTorah.
Amen.
Amen. V'lakach et shnei asirim v'hemid otam lifnei Adonai petach ohel moed v'natan Aharon al shnei asirim goralot goral echad l'Adonai v'goral echad l'Azazel v'hikriv Aharon et hasayir asher Allah alav hagoral Adonai v'yasahu chatat v'hasayir asher Allah alav hagoral Azazel yamad chai lifnei Adonai l'chaper alav l'shalach oto la'azazel hamidbara v'hikriv Aharon et par hachatat asher lo v'hiper ba'do vad beito v'shachat et par hachatat asher lo.
Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam asher natan lanu Torat emet v'chayei olam nata betochenu. Baruch atah Adonai noten haTorah.
Amen. Patty Asher Kochech, if you would join me over here. Many of you know Patty because of her involvement with Wodi, with the Women of Temple Israel. And Patty is going to share about a new initiative that Wodi is working on this year that I hope will help many members of our congregation.
As some of you may know, I've had surgeries before, and I know what it's like to have my hands in a cast and be dependent on somebody else to help with everyday activities. What I don't know is what that would be like without having anybody to help me. What Wodi is forming, and this is a beginning of an initiative to put together volunteers who are able to provide simple tasks for people who have a short-term need, somebody who has become injured unexpectedly, or for somebody who has a planned surgery and knows that they're going to be unable to do some simple things around their home for several weeks. This initiative will be available to all members of Temple Israel, as well as any member of Temple Israel can serve as a volunteer with this initiative. More details will be coming as we put this together, but it will provide an easy way for people who have an unexpected or a planned short-term need to have somebody come in And do simple things such as empty the garbage out of the kitchen trash can, or change the sheets on their bed once a week, or move the laundry, put it in the washing machine or move it to the dryer for them. Simple things that they don't have somebody else there in the home that can take care of these things for them. This, as I said, this is just getting started. There'll be more details to come, and this will just be a way for people to easily find assistance when they need it for a period of time.
Thank you, Patty. Thank you, Patty. Sure, go ahead and go sit over here. We continue with the third aliyah, page 279, and we call on Aaron Goldstein.
Tamot Shlishi. Come kiss the Torah.
Baruch hu et Adonai hamvarach.
Baruch Adonai Ambarach Leolam Vaed.
Baruch Adonai hamvarach le'olam va'ed. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam asher bachar banu mikol ha'amim v'natan lanu et Torato. Baruch atah Adonai noten ha'Torah.
Amen.
Amen. V'lakach melo hamachta gachle esh me'al hamizbeach milifnei Adonai umlo chofnav ketort samim daka v'hevi mi beit laparochet v'natan et hakatoret al ha'esh lifnei Adonai v'chisa anan haketoret et hakaporet asher al ha'idut v'lo yamut v'lakach midam hapar v'hizav etzbao al pnei hakaporet kedma v'lifnei hakaporet Yazeh sheva pe'amim min hadam ve'etzba'o v'shachat et se'ir hachatat asher la'am v'hevi et amo el mi beit laparochet v'yasa et amo kasher asa l'dam hapar v'hiza oto al hakaporet lifnei hakaporet v'chiper al hakodesh mitum ot b'nei Yisrael u'mipishehem lechol chatotam v'chein yaseh le'ol moed hashochein itam betoch tumotam v'chol adam lo yeh be'ohel moed bevo l'chaper ba'kodesh ad zeto v'chiper ba'ado uvad beto uv ad kol.
Go ahead.
Sorry. Uvkol adam lo yeh be'ohel moed.
No, it's okay. Kol kahal Yisrael. Shikoyach. Kiss the Torah. Thank you so much. Baruch atah Adonai.
I'll finish that. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam asher natan lanu Torah emet v'chayei olam nata b'tochenu. Baruch atah Adonai noten ha'Torah.
Amen. Aaron, now you can come over here.
Now I can.
Now you're in a hurry to take my pulpit. Aaron, since I've met you, you've shared the important work of Time Out Youth, an organization that you are very passionate about. Would you share a little bit with the congregation?
Thank you. My name is Aaron Goldstein, and I'm proud to represent Time Out Youth today. In my professional life, I'm committed to the students at the Charlotte Jewish Preschool, ensuring their Jewish educational journey is off to a great start. And in my personal life, I have dedicated the better part of a decade to an organization that I hold near and dear to my heart, Time Out Youth, or TOY for short. TOY is a nonprofit organization that empowers lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, and queer and questioning youth. If you have ever driven down Monroe Road towards town and you see a red brick building with lots of pride flags, that is our forever home that we purchased in 2017. TOY is a safe haven for young LGBTQIA people. TOY is a three-pronged organization. First, they provide a ton of fun programming for young people with various in-person and online groups. At the center, they have a queer library, video game stations, creative space to make art, and even a cyber center. They offer mental health counselors and have free therapy to any youth in need. The center is a space for youth to create community in a safe way. Another prong of Time Out Youth is their school outreach and training staff. The staff is dedicated to supporting young families in CMS and surrounding school systems. Oh, hold on. Sorry, okay. The professional staff has trained over 12,000 individuals in CMS and surrounding counties with their safe zone training. A lot of people in Shalom Park have also been trained in this. And finally, the most important, in my opinion, prong of Time Out Youth is their emergency services. Time Out Youth is the only emergency shelter and organization between Atlanta and DC that provides emergency services to queer youth who have been kicked out of their homes. Yes, our queer youth are still experiencing the same stigma and outcasting that we have seen for years and years. Yes, things have gotten better, but this is still an epidemic. Time Out Youth has a host home program to help homeless queer youth get on their feet while in a safe environment. They also provide emergency financial assistance to homeless youth. At the center, they have a space for youth to cook, take a shower, do laundry, and look for a job. They also have a staff that works at a roof above, ensuring that queer youth are safe in the shelter. The majority of the youth that are kicked out of their homes are young Black and brown transgender women who, if they do not seek shelter with Time Out Youth, will often resort to substance abuse and other illegal acts. TOY is an incredible organization that has grown over the last 27 years, but at its heart has not changed. I have seen the lives of young people transformed because of TOY. Rabbi, I want to thank you so much for asking me to speak about the importance of safe spaces for queer young people. LGBTQIA youth are one of the most vulnerable populations, and being able to educate our congregation on a population that many people don't know about is really an honor. If you want to know more, please get in contact with me. I'm happy to connect you. I wish you all a meaningful and easy fast, and Gamar Chatima Tova.
We continue with the fourth aliyah, page 280, verse 18, and we call on Rochelle Walensky.
Kiss the Torah right here. Baruch Hu Adonai Hamvarach. Baruch Adonai Hamvarach Leolam Vaed. Baruch Adonai Hamvarach Leolam Vaed. Baruch Atah Adonai Eloheinu Melech HaOlam Asher Bachar Banu Mikol Ha'amim V'natan Lanu Et Torato Baruch Atah Adonai Notein HaTorah. Amen.
Amen.
Whoops.
וישם אל המזבח אשר לפני אדוני וכיפר עליו ולקח מדם הפר מדם השעיר ונתן על קרנות המזבח סביב ויזע עליו מן הדם באצבעו 7 פעמים וטיהרו וקידשו מטומאות בני ישראל וכילם מכפרת הקודש ואת אוהל מועד ואת אוהל מועד ואת המזבח והקריב את השעיר החי ושמח אהרון את שתי ידיו על ראש השעיר החי, והתוודע עליו את כל עוונות בני ישראל, ואת כל פשעיהם וכל חטאותם, ונתן אותם על ראש השעיר, ושילח ביד איש עתי המדברה. ונשא השעיר עליו את כל עוונותם אל ארץ גזרם, ושילח את השעיר במדבר. ובא אהרון אל האוהל מועד, ופשט את בגדי הבד אשר לבש בבואו אל הקודש, והניחם שם. ורחץ את בשרו במים במקום קדוש, ולבש את בגדיו, ויצא, ועשה את עולתו, את עולת העם, וכיפר בעדו ובעד העם.
Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech ha'olam, asher natan lanu Torah emet, v'chayei olam nata b'tochenu. Baruch atah Adonai noten ha'Torah.
Amen. Rochelle, Yasher Kochech on your aliyah. You can come over here. The Torah tells us over and over again to care for the ger, the stranger, someone who moves into a new community without any resources, without any support of their own. And it's a mitzvah that you have taken extremely seriously over the past few years.
Thank you, Rabbi. My name is Rochelle Walensky, and Rabbi Wolk asked me to talk about the work I've done for the past 2 years, helping Afghan refugee families through Shriners Hospital. This was a 100% volunteer effort and something I coordinated all on my own. None of these families would have been accepted by refugee resettlement agencies because of many obstacles stacked against them, namely single mothers who could not work upon arrival without a partner to provide childcare, and most US agencies won't take a family if they cannot work, even if they publicly say otherwise, and children with urgent pediatric medical needs who are considered too expensive to help. I stepped in to do what I could to help for 2 reasons. Number one, I wish that a good Samaritan had been able to do this for my grandmother's family members in 1942. And number two, as the mother to medically complex children myself, I cannot imagine seeking life-saving care for my child while also being a woman facing the Taliban. It's a long story how I found these families, or as I like to say, how they found me. There were many. But I quietly assembled a volunteer group of contacts, mostly mothers of children with a range of special needs across 9 countries. We were Jews, Muslims, Christians, Hindus, and none of the above. We were all exhausted with our own kids, but we all believed we could do our best to help because of previous work and connections. I used to work in international education development when I lived in DC. So through connections at the White House, US State Department, US Customs and Border Control, the Vice President's Office, my Harvard alumni group, the Pakistani government, US Embassy contacts in both Islamabad, Pakistan, and Bahrain, amazing contacts pushing and banging on doors at the highest levels for over a year, we were able to get multiple families, including a single mother with 3 children, one of whom has severe burns from her neck to toe, approved for free medical treatment at Shriners Hospital, US. We got US humanitarian parole visas issued, and the family moved from Afghanistan to Pakistan and then here to Charlotte. The process was terrifying, to be honest. After Shriners Hospital approvals, it took fixers on the ground getting the family through multiple checkpoints and hoping they weren't going to be harassed, or worse, by the Taliban, to get into Pakistan. It took 9 months of waiting in Pakistan while the US visas got approved, and 97% are denied. 97%. We were terrified. If it wasn't approved, they would be turned back. I worked on 500-page visa applications to get into the 3% that were accepted, but even then, their journey had just begun. Pakistani airport security wouldn't let them out of the airport even though they had valid US visas. Thousands of dollars in new airplane tickets and US Embassy escorts onto the plane later, they made it to Bahrain. But then Bahrain wouldn't let them onto the plane to the UK because UK immigration claimed the US visas weren't valid, even though US diplomats were shouting otherwise on the phone. The family was then stranded in Bahrain for days until the US Embassy literally brought a pony show, that's what I like to call it, and the US ambassador to the airport and got them onto a flight to Paris. My contacts in Paris then rallied to make sure they made it onto the flight, and they arrived to Charlotte just 5 hours before their US entry visas expired. This was in the middle of August. In the end, I raised $14,000 from across the world to get this family here. The 9-year-old daughter has already had her first 2 surgeries at Shriners Hospital. I'm hoping to raise more money to get them into their own apartment here in Charlotte. The mother's sister lives in Charlotte, so they're staying with her right now. And if you'd like to help with a donation, please let me know. Thank you so much for your support, and Rabbi for your support as well.
Continue with the 5th aliyah, page 281 at the top of the page, and we call on Bob Jacobson.
Yamot Chamishi.
Baruch Adonai Hamvorach.
Baruch Adonai Baruch Leolam Vaed.
Baruch Adonai Hamvorach Leolam Vaed. Baruch Adonai Eloheinu Melech Olam. Asher Baruch Harbanu Mikol Hamim. V'natan lanu et Torato. Baruch Adonai Noten HaTorah.
Amen.
Where'd it go? Amen. Bein Kelo Kakata Yakira Misbeka Ram Shalea Kadasa'ir La Azazel Yakabeis Begadav Rakatz Ipasarol Bamayim Acharechain Yavon Achaneh Ve'ed Parakatad Ve'ed Seir Akatad Asher Huvat Tamam L'kaper Bakodesh Yotziat Mi El Nichutz Machaneh V'sarfu va'esh et oratam ve'prat v'soram ve'pirsham v'asorei fotam yakabeis begadav rakat epesarol ba'mayim acharei chen yavo machaneh V'ayta lechem lechukat olam b'chodesh hashvi b'asur lechodesh tanu et nafshotechem v'chol melaka lo tasu ha'ezrak v'ager agar b'tochachem ki v'yom hazeh yakab the Taharatchem Mikol Chatotechem Lifnei Adonai Titaru.
Baruch Adonai Eloheinu Melech Olam Asher Natan Lanu Torat Emet V'chayei Olam Natav B'tochenu Baruch Adonai Noten HaTorah.
Amen. Yasher Koach. Bob, if you come over here. Bob, if there are 2 things I know about you, one is that you love baseball, and 2 is that you love helping children learn how to read and reading to them.
Rabbi, thank you for this double honor. Cantor, friends on the bima, friends not on the bima. Most of my volunteering is in school. My remarks are weighted accordingly. December 31st, 2013, retirement, and with it a big question. Now what? Giving back to the Jewish community and Greater Charlotte community topped the list. But another big question, how? Answers soon arrived. Debbie Block asked for help at the J Library. Amalia Washenbrot needed backup for leading Shabbat services at the Carriage Club. My wife Lee, of blessed memory, and Lynn Sheffer double-teamed to persuade me to join Lee as the Huntingtown Farms Elementary School volunteer. All three offers were eagerly accepted. It's been a love affair with each activity ever since. Not long after, with support from Margaret Musa and Kathy Warshaw, Freedom School Reading Buddy program was a welcome addition to the summer schedule. And just 2 years ago, Starmount Elementary pre-K teacher extraordinaire, Suzanne Hepworth, and also a TIRS teacher, extended an invitation to Y Readers, a YMCA program. Freedom School Reading Buddies, AKA DEAR, D-E-A-R, drop everything and read, and Y Readers are generally one-on-one with the child. Both programs are designed to increase reading proficiency to grade level in advance of the new school year. By the way, if you rearrange the letters in the word dear, you get read, or read, the past tense. Public school, for me, is facilitating reading groups. Generally, the focus for reading is fourfold: comprehension, pronunciation, fluency, word definition. My duties are less concerned with spelling, which is handled by the teachers. Often, the most enlightening part comes after the story ends. Several questions are asked, including the obvious one: did you like the story? Explain. Which characters did you like or dislike? Explain. Which personality traits or emotions stood out? And the two fan favorites: how would you rewrite the story? And if the story continued, what do you think would happen next? The engagement of children, their pride in accomplishment, the appreciation expressed by the Carriage Club, residents, and J Library staff drive my passion to serve as long as I can. Thank you for listening. May we all have a sweet, healthy, and safe new year filled only with simchas and celebrations.
Amen. Thank you, Bob. Yasher koach. Thank you. Over there. Continue with the 6th aliyah, page 281, and we call on Maya Zatlin.
Tamot Shishi. Kiss the Torah.
Baruch Adonai Hamvorach.
Baruch Adonai Baruch Leolam Va'ed.
Baruch Adonai Hamvorach Leolam Va'ed. Baruch Atah Adonai Eloheinu Melech Haolam Asher Bachar Banu Mikol Ha'amim V'natan Lanu Et Torato Baruch Atah Adonai Noten HaTorah.
Amen.
Amen. Shabbat, Shabbaton hilachem, v'initem, and nafshotechem, chukat olam, v'chiper kohen, asher yimshach oto, v'asher yamalei et yado lechahen tachat aviv, v'lavash, et bigdei habad bigdei hakodesh, v'chiper et mikdash hakodesh, ve'et ohel moed, ve'lamizbeach yechaper, ve'al hakohanim, v'al hakahal yechaper, v'haitazot lachem lechukat olam, lechaper al b'nei Yisrael, mikol chatotam achat bashana, vayas kasher tziva Adonai et Moshe.
Asher natan lanu Torah temet, v'chayei olam natan b'tochenu, Baruch atah Adonai noten haTorah.
Amen. Yasher kochech Maya. So on the other end from the retirement spectrum, we ask each of our B'nai Mitzvah students to become involved in a mitzvah project, some way of giving back attached to their bar or bat mitzvahs. And Maya, your bat mitzvah was a little while ago already, but you've, I think you're going on 2 years now that you've been involved in this important project. And I'm going to ask you to share with the congregation.
Thank you. Gemara Chatima Tova. My name is Maya Zatlin, and much like you, I'm wondering why I'm up on stage. It's an honor. It's a privilege. It's a great way to distract myself from fasting. Something that's always been a 50-50 for me on my birthday is that it's usually sandwiched. Ooh, I'm so sorry. Between Rosh Hashanah and Yom Kippur. One year on my birthday, I might be celebrating the new year with sweetness and joy. And the next, it could be Yom Kippur, and I'm repenting for my sins. Today, it's the more serious of the two. So let's get serious. To answer the question, I am up here because it is the 1-year anniversary of my bat mitzvah. Like all B'nai Mitzvah, I completed a mitzvah project, but it was, and still is, so much more. I got lucky, but not in the way I first expected. Let me explain. My mitzvah project was to be a volunteer at a horse ranch called Mighty Riders. Mighty Riders is in Waxhaw. It was founded by a member of our temple, Harry Swimmer, and his wife. The Mighty Rider mission is to help children with special needs and disabilities through physical interaction with horses and people. At the time, I thought I got lucky because Mighty Riders is maybe 10 minutes from my house. Easier to sleep in on the weekends. Fulfill my bat mitzvah obligation and move on. Except almost 2 years later, I'm still volunteering at Mighty Riders. I now know my luck was meeting Harry and being brought into his wonderful world. I go there, and one day I might be grooming a horse or cleaning a stall, and you might think that's not a big deal, but I get a front row seat to watch children make a connection with their world. These might be children who are confined to a wheelchair, stuck in spaces that a wheelchair can go, to being on top of a horse and even walking. To see kids that struggle to communicate, talk to those around them, and most importantly, talk with their horse. Horses that might otherwise be sitting in a pasture or sitting in a breeding house. Seeing them smile is what brings me back, not only to experience their joy, but to somehow contribute to it, even in the smallest way, has changed me for the better. It's Yom Kippur, and I'm thinking about how to be my best self. And when I go to Mighty Riders, I'm given the opportunity by Harry to experience what it really means to grow as a person, what it means to help others. Harry shows me that it's not a theory, but reality. All of us at Mighty Riders and beyond, here at Temple Israel, gather to make a positive impact on the world. I get to experience my idea of Yom Kippur, which is not beating yourself up for your mistakes. I like to think it's about forgiving yourself and others to make yourself a better person. I get to look back and say I can do better and I have done better. I have shown myself what it truly means to be a mensch, and I thank Harry for giving me that opportunity. And hopefully Harry maybe graduate from cleaning the stalls. And speaking of thank yous, I would like to thank Alan Jonathan and Rabbi Wolk for inviting me up here to share, and of course Harry for opening his doors to me.
Great job. That was great. Stand over there. We pause for a moment as we conclude the reading from the first Torah scroll to pray on behalf of those who are ill, those in our lives in need of physical and spiritual well-being. If you'd like to include someone in the prayer for healing, I invite you to rise in your place and to recite the names of the people you are praying for right now. Vet kol hacholim, and all those who are ill, we join together the Mishberach prayer for healing.
Join your voices with mine. Mikor habracha leimotenu. May the source of strength, who blessed the ones before us, help us find the courage to make our lives a blessing, and let us say Amen. Misha bless those in need of healing with refuah shlema, the renewal of body, the renewal of spirit, and let us say, Amen.
Please rise for the Chatzi Kaddish.
Yitkadal, Yitkadash, Shemei Rabbah, V'alma tivrach yiruteh, V'yamlich malchuteh, B'chayechon v'mechon v'chayzoch beit Yisrael, B'gala v'zman kariv yimru, Amen. Yehi Shemei Rabbah mevarach, Le'alam ulol me'omaya yitbarach, Yiparach v'yishtavach, v'yipar v'yitromam, v'yinaseh v'yitadar v'yitaleh, v'yitalal shmir kudsha brichu, le'ila le'ila min kol birchata v'shirata, tushbechata v'nechamata, damiran be'alma v'yimeru, Amen.
And standing for Hagva and Galila as we lift and dress the first Sefer Torah, the first Torah scroll.
Yamdu hamagbiha v'hagolelet. Vezot haTorah asher sam Moshe lifnei bnei Yisrael, al pi Adonai b'yad Moshe. Vezot haTorah asher sam Moshe lifnei bnei
Maftir Aliyah, the reading from the second scroll, can be found on page 282. Numbers chapter 29, verse 7, describing the sacrifices brought in the ancient Mishkan on Yom Kippur. We call on Gary and Jody Michelle.
Yamdu Maftir. Kiss the Torah. Baruch Adonai Barach Leolam Vaed.
Baruch Adonai Baruch Leolam Vaed. Baruch Atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam, asher bachar banu mikol hamim, v'natan lanu et Torato. Baruch Atah Adonai notenah Torah.
Amen.
Amen. Ve'asor lakodesh hashvi hazeh mikra kodesh yelachem v'initem et nafshotechem kol malaka lo ta'asu v'ikravtem ola l'Adonai reach nikoach par ben bakar echad ayil echad Kibasim b'nei shana shiva t'mimim yiyu lachem umin katam solet b'lulav hashamen shosha esronim lapar shnei esronim la'ayil ha'echad isaron la'keves ha'echad l'shivat ha'kevasim zirizim echad katat Milvad, Katat Hakiporim, V'olat Hatamid, Umin Katav V'niskehem.
Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam, asher natan lanu Torah emet, v'chayei olam nata b'tochenu. Baruch atah Adonai notenah Torah.
Amen. Gary and Jody, Yasher Koach on your aliyah. First of all, Gary, I know that you like to honor the yortzeit of your grandfather, Solomon Michel, of blessed memory, on Yom Kippur. So his memory should be for a blessing. Last year, both of you shared about the work that you are very passionate about with Samaritan's feet, literally clothing the naked, and clothing their feet. And I know you've engaged and been involved in some new projects related to Samaritan's feet this year. Would you share the congregation?
Sure. Thank you, Rabbi. So 17 years ago, on a very early morning flight from LaGuardia back to Charlotte at the end of a very long week, I met Manny Ahomi. Just by random choice, we were sat next to each other on this flight. Both of us were very, very tired after a long week. And for the next, however 90 minutes of that flight, I learned about how Manny grew up in Ethiopia. As a young child, at 8 years old, basically won his first pair of shoes, a pair of basketball shoes, for a basketball contest. And he went on, being the first person in his family to have a pair of shoes, really one of the only in his community to have a pair of shoes. He went on to get a scholarship to play basketball in North Dakota. Think about that, from Ethiopia to North Dakota. Went into the software business and actually 20 years ago had a calling and really realized that it was wrong to have to win a pair of shoes, that everybody should have a pair of shoes. Shoes really change the world. They provide health, they provide hope. And he created Samaritan's Feet. So I met him 17 years ago. He was not too long into this mission. Today, it's a really exciting time for Samaritan's Feet. In the next few weeks, the 10 millionth person will receive shoes from Samaritan's Feet from the work that Manny and Tracy Ahomi have done around the world. And I'm really excited, in 2 weeks, I'll get to go to Ghana for the grand opening of our first World Shoe Factory. So not only providing shoes and hope to people around the world, but now building a factory in a community that can use a social enterprise to provide jobs, provide education and health and housing, quite frankly, in this community. We'll be making shoes not only to give away, but also shoes that you'll be able to buy in Nordstrom's actually at Christmas time this year. But there'll be shoes with a purpose. The same exact shoes that will be given away are the same shoes that you'll be able to buy. I think you'll find them very stylish as well, and useful. But we're very, very honored to be a part of Samaritan's Feet and the good work that Manny and Tracy have done over these years. I hope you'll consider looking at that, but it's also been an honor to listen to the 6 other programs today, all very worthy causes, and very dedicated people to those as well. Thank you, Rabbi.
Thank you, Gary. Thank you, Jody. Please rise for Hagba and Galila as we lift and dress the second Torah scroll.
Yandu hamagbiya vehagolelet. Vezot haTorah asher sam Moshe lifnei bnei Yisrael al pi Adonai biyad Moshe. Vezot haTorah asher sam Moshe lifnei bnei Yisrael.
The Haftarah for Yom Kippur, the words of Isaiah that I introduced before, Isaiah chapter 57, verse 14, can be found on page 284. Get started.
Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam asher bachar b'nevim tovim v'ratza v'divrechem anemarim bemet. Baruch atah Adonai Abocher b'Torah Moshe avdo uVyisrael amo uvinviei ha'emet v'tzedek. V'amar solu solu panu darech harimu mishol mederech amihi ki cho amar ram v'nisa Shochenad v'kadosh shemo marom v'kadosh eshkon v'yetaka ushval ruach l'hachayot ruach shvalim u'hachayot lev nidkaim ki lo leolam ariv v'lo lanetzach exov Ki ruach milpanai atov unshamot ani asiti biavon bitzo ketzafti ve'akehu haster ve'etzov ve'elashovav b'derech libo Derachav ra'iti va'er pa'ehu v'yanchehu v'yashalem nichumim lo ve'la'avelav borei niv shifatayim Shalom, shalom, l'rachok v'lakarov, Amar Adonai, orfativ, v'harshaim, kayam nigrash, ki hasked lo yuchal, v'yigroshu meimav, refesh vatihid, Ein shalom, amar Elohai, larshaim, karaha, v'garon, al taksoch, kashofar, harem kolecha, v'chaged, v'ami pisham, ulveit Yaakov, chatotam, V'yoti yom yom yidroshun v'da'at rachai yachpatsun kegoy asher tzedaka asa umishpat Elochav lo azav Yishaluni mishpatei tzedek kirvat Elohim yachpatsun Lama tamnu velo ra'ita ininu nafshenu velo teda chen bayom tzomchem tinzu chayfetz v'chol atzvechem tin goshu chen lariv umatzah tatsumu uchakot be'egrof resha lo tatsumu chayom lechashmiya b'marom kolchem Hahazeh yiyetzom evcharechu yom anot adam nafsho halacho kadmon rosho v'sahak va'efer yatzia halazeh tikrat som v'yom ratzon la'adonai Halozeh tzom evharechu pateach hartzupot resha hater agudot mota v'shalach rutzutzim hafshim v'chol mota tinateku Lo farohos l'ra'ev lachmecha ve'ani yimirudim tavi bayit ki tire arom v'chisito umivsar ha lo titalaham az yibaka keshachar orecha va'aruchatcha Machairatim smach v'chalach levanecha ki tzidkecha kevod Adonai ya'asfecha. Az tikraha v'Adonai ya'aneh tishavaha v'yomar hineni im tasir mitochecha motaha shelach etzbaha v'daber aven V'tafek l'ra'ev nafshecha v'nefesh na'ana tasbiya v'zarach v'choshech orecha va'afalatcha katzacharayim v'nachacha Adonai tahamid v'hisbiya v'tzatzachot nafshecha v'atzmotecha yachalitz v'chayita kegahan raveh uchmotzaha mayim asher lo yechazvu meimahav Uvanu mimcha harvohot olam mosdei dor vador tikomehem v'kora lecha goder peretz mishovev netivohot leshavet im tashiv mishabat raglecha asot chafatzecha v'yom kadshi V'karata l'shabbat oneg ligdosh Adonai mechubad v'chivato ma'asoho d'rachecha mimsot chafsecha v'daber davar Az titanag al Adonai v'chir kavticha Al bamate aretz v'cha'achalticha nachalat Yaakov avicha ki pi Adonai diber. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam tzor kol olamim tzadik bechol hadarot ha'el ha'neman Homer v'yosech hamdaber kayem shekol devarav emet v'tzedek Neman atahu Adonai Eloheinu v'nemanim devarecha v'davar echad midvarecha achor lo yashuv rekam ki el melech neman v'rachaman ata Baruch atah Adonai
Baruch v'rashmo
ha'el neman b'chol devarav
Amen
Rachem al Tzion ki hi beit chayenu v'la'aluvat nefesh toshia b'meira Amenu Baruch atah Adonai
Baruch v'rashmo
Mesameach Tzion b'vanecha
Amen
Samcheinu Adonai Eloheinu Beliahu Hanavi Avdecha Uvmalchut Beit David Meshichecha Bimheira Yavo V'yagel Libenu Al Kiso Lo Yeshev Zar V'lo Yinchalu Od Aherim Et Kevodo Ki V'shem Kashecha Nishbata Lo Shelo Yichben Nero Olam va'ed Baruch atah Adonai
Baruch v'rashmo
Magen David Al HaTorah V'al Avodah V'al Anviim V'al Yom HaKippurim Hazeh Shenatata Lanu Adonai Eloheinu Limchila V'lislicha U'chafaret Lechavod Ultifaret Al hakol Adonai Eloheinu anachnu modim lach umvarchim otach yitbarach shimcha b'fi kol chai tamid leolam va'ed udvracha emet v'kayam la'ad Baruch atah Adonai
Baruch v'rashmo
melech mochel v'soleach v'avonotenu le'avonot ami beit Yisrael uma'avir ashmotenu b'chol shana v'shana melech al kol ha'aretz mekadesh
Yisrael v'Yom HaKippurim.
Amen. Yasher koach, Gary. Thank you. Thank you to all of the people who spoke about the ways that they give back, the way that they take care of others, and we hope that you are inspired by their work. And I also want to thank so many of you who brought back orange bags filled with groceries going to Jewish family services. You can still do that even after this morning. Let's turn in the Machzorim to page 288. The bottom of the page, please rise. Call on Lisa Davidson and Zev Newworth to lead us in a prayer for the United States, followed by a prayer for the state of Israel led by Lee Altman.
Our God and God of our ancestors, with mercy accept our prayer on behalf of our country and its government. Pour out your blessings upon this land, upon its leader, its judges, officers, and officials, who are devoted in good faith to the needs of the public. Instruct them with the laws of your Torah and help them understand your rules of justice, so that peace and security, happiness and freedom will never depart from our land. We pray, Adonai, God, whose spirit is in all creatures. Awaken that spirit within all the inhabitants of our land. Uproot them from their hearts hatred and malice, jealousy and strife. Plant among those of different nationalities and faiths who dwell in our nation love and companionship, peace and friendship. May it therefore be your will that our land be a blessing to all who dwell on earth and cause them to dwell in friendship and freedom. Speedily fulfill the vision of your prophets. Nation shall not lift up sword against nation, neither shall they learn war anymore. For all of them, from the least of them to the greatest, shall know me, and let us say, Amen.
Oh, thank you. Lee Altman leads us in the prayer for the state of Israel.
Avinu Shebashamayim, Zur Yisrael v'goalo, Barech et Midinat Yisrael, Shetahei Reshit Tzmichat Geulatenu. Hagen alea be'evrat chastecha, ufchos alea sukat shlomecha, ushlach orcha v'amitecha. Roshea, Sarea, v'yotzat, v'taknam be'etzat tovat milfanecha. Hazeket yedei migene eretz kodshenu, v'hanchilam Eloheinu Yeshua. V'ateret nitzachon teatram, v'natata shalom ba'aretz, v'simchat olam leyoshvea v'nomar Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Lee. Yasher koach. May be seated. Each year, our congregation holds an appeal for support of Israel Bonds, a very important organization through which American Jews have for a long time shown their support and commitment to the state of Israel. It's one of the ways that we show our support of our cousins, our friends, our relatives, all of the Jewish people who live in Israel. Another way is traveling to Israel, is going to Israel, visiting Israel, and learning about the country. And as I will speak about in a little later, I was thrilled to lead my first trip to Israel as the Rabbi of Temple Israel this past November, and I'm looking forward to going again this coming June, and would love to travel with many of you. So please consider coming to Israel with Temple Israel this coming June. Right now, I'm going to call on Andrew Kapustin to speak on behalf of Israel Bonds.
Good Yom Tov. Some of you may have been here 5 years ago when I first spoke about Israel Bonds. A lot has changed in the world since then, and other things haven't changed much at all. Same with my little speech here. Some of it is new, and some maybe not so much. Although, as per my wife Dana, last time I spoke, I didn't speak clearly enough, and the microphone was too far from my face, so maybe everything I say will be new to you today. This past year has been a strange one when it comes to Israel. As you know, the current Israeli government, while democratically elected, has been pursuing policies that have sparked unprecedented protests in Israel. Some of us may have disagreements with the priorities of the current Israeli government, perhaps more so than ever before. So should we even be having this Israel bond appeal this year? To answer this question, let's go back in time just a bit. From the time of the destruction of the Second Temple until the middle of the 20th century, for roughly 2,000 years, Jews have longed for a Jewish homeland. As you know, thanks to the grit of the Israeli people, support from the diaspora, and a miraculous turn of events, the Jewish state was founded in 1948. Since then, despite constant existential threats and wars, Israel has accomplished amazing things. Among those is the creation of a thriving democracy in the part of the world where democracy is otherwise non-existent. So what happens when that democratic process brings into existence a government whose policies many of us in the diaspora may not agree with? As you might have guessed, I believe we must continue supporting Israel, including through purchasing of Israel bonds. Why? It has a bit to do with what Israel bonds are and what they aren't. They're not donations to the current Israeli government. In fact, they're not donations at all, which is confusing because when someone gets up here on the bima and asks you to consider doing something with your money, it's natural to assume they're asking for a donation, but that's not the case right now. Israel bonds are investments, not just for Israel, but for our financial benefit. These bonds, like other bonds, are really just loans. If you buy a Mecklenburg County bond, you're loaning money to the county to build schools, roads, etc. The reason we buy bonds is to keep our money safe for the future, rather than keeping our extra money in cash or risking it in the stock market. We loan it to an entity, and they pay us back with interest. That's what you're doing when you buy Israel bonds. For many years, I didn't invest in Israel bonds. I listened to all the excellent comments Jerry Levin made on Yom Kippur each year, but I still found excuses not to buy. Until one year, I finally asked myself, why not? And what bonds am I buying instead of Israel bonds? Who am I loaning money to? So I looked at my investments, for example, the retirement account that I have through my job, and it turns out the bond funds and ETFs I own are loaning money to all sorts of entities. The US government, municipalities and foreign governments, many of which I don't know or care anything about, and a bunch of different companies too. So why buy all those other bonds but not Israel bonds? One of my main excuses back then was that I didn't agree with everything the Israeli government was doing back then. Sure, I'm a proud Zionist and I can do all the whole rah-rah Israel thing as good as anyone, but back then I'd tell myself, I don't really like the folks in power in Israel. I don't feel like buying Israel bonds. But wait a minute. Was I using the same standard when deciding to purchase other bonds? Do I only buy bonds issued by our US federal government when I'm a fan of the current president? Do I only buy municipal bonds if I like and agree with the politics of the mayors, county commissioners, or other government leaders? Do I even know who those leaders are? And how about corporate bonds? Through the bond mutual funds and ETFs that many of us own, we are likely loaning money to some companies whose products may be harmful to people or the environment. Despite that, most of us who invest in bonds, myself included, generally do so simply because we believe those bonds are a good investment. We don't even ask who we're loaning that money to and what they're doing with the money. And yet, for a decade, I sat up there on the balcony finding excuses not to buy Israel bonds based on my political differences with the Israeli government at the time. That's a double standard, pure and simple. We as Jews cannot allow political polarization to divide us and compromise our connection to the land of Israel. We are a minuscule slice of the world population, about 0.2%. Are we better off if, say, Reform Jews only support Israel when it's run by a secular progressive government? Orthodox Jews only when the religious hold power? Conservative Jews like us, maybe somewhere in the middle? There's so much that can divide us, but only if we let it. Allowing that kind of polarization to determine whether or not to support Israel isn't in the interest of Israel or the Jewish people. And that brings me to Yom Kippur, and what, for me at least, this day has to do with Israel bonds. The high holidays are a time to look in the mirror. When I looked in the mirror, I didn't like the double standard I was using to disregard buying Israel bonds. It made me feel like I was almost boycotting Israel, at least from my investments. Now, boycott is a loaded word, and to be clear, I'm not saying that anyone who doesn't buy Israel bonds is boycotting Israel. Everyone's situation is different, and there's reasons you may or may not choose to buy Israel bonds. But personally, I'm no longer comfortable excluding Israel from my investment portfolio. Also, keep in mind that Israel bonds aren't providing a slush fund for the current government. They're bonds which are used to build long-lasting infrastructure, hospitals, roads, high-speed railways. These infrastructure needs don't change from election to election, and the infrastructure built with the Israel bonds you purchase now will last longer than the current Israeli government coalition. In fact, if you buy a 5-year Israel bond this year, it's guaranteed to be paying you interest after the current coalition has ended and a new one has formed. Given recent Israeli history, even a 2-year bond might outlive the coalition. If you're considering buying Israel bonds, know that they're extremely safe and remain as great an investment as ever. That's why Warren Buffett, the so-called Oracle of Omaha, buys Israel bonds. It's probably not because he heard about them in shul. Despite all Israel's challenges for its entire existence, Israel has never defaulted, and Israel bonds have always paid in full. For me personally, the Israel bonds I purchased a few years back have actually outperformed the bond funds and ETFs in my retirement account. That's because when you buy an Israel bond, you hold it for its duration. And so unlike bond funds and ETFs, with Israel bonds, you don't lose principal if the interest rates go up, like they have the past few years. The principal remains unchanged and the interest keeps paying. And now that interest rates have gone up, it's a fantastic time to lock in those higher rates because they're probably not going to last forever. For example, the 3-year bond we just bought last week pays roughly 5.5% interest. And since they're bought directly from Israel, there's no fees. The percent that they advertise is the percent you get. If you're not a regular Israel bond investor, consider at least dipping your toes in the water and purchasing one this year. See how it goes. For me and Dana, we now buy them regularly and have created a laddered Israel bond portfolio that comprises about 1/4 of our fixed income holdings. We also give them as gifts for b'nai mitzvahs and weddings and buy them for our children. When it comes to our kids, their ownership of Israel bonds have provided other benefits as well. They've sparked many conversations about Israel, sure, but also about financial matters. There's nothing like a kid owning their own bond to motivate them to learn about saving money, interest rates, investments, and personal finance. From my perspective, those discussions and that education have been even bigger gifts to our kids than the bonds themselves. To recap, Israel bonds are not tzedakah, they're bonds. They're bonds in the financial meaning of the word, to purchase for the financial benefit of you and your loved ones. They pay competitive rates, charge no fees, and may even outperform other bond investments. Israel bonds are also bonds in the non-financial sense of the word. They're bonds between us, the Jewish people, and the land of Israel. These bonds have existed for thousands of years and must continue to exist regardless of who's running the current Israeli government. Despite Israel's challenges, let's not forget that it remains an amazing place and a thriving experiment in American democracy. And so, unlike anything else in my investment portfolio, Israel bonds actually make me feel good when I purchase them. It's good to invest in something we believe in, and we must not lose faith in the Jewish state. Is Israel perfect? No. But who is? Certainly not the other entities whose bonds many of us purchase. And for that matter, we're not perfect either. Isn't that why we're here on Yom Kippur? To look in the mirror and to push ourselves to do better next year? Imperfect as we are, we deserve each other's love and we deserve God's love. Israel deserves our love as well. Consider showing that love by including Israel bonds in your investment portfolios. The cards that you've seen in the past, they're not in front of you right now. They will hopefully be mailed to you. You likely received an email already. If not, it's very easy. You just go to israelbonds.com. You can purchase them on your own, or you could just call the folks in Atlanta, and they'll be happy to help you. Gemar Chatima Tova.
Thank you, Andrew, for those heartfelt words. Let's turn in the Machzor to Ashrei, page 295. Justin Sokolowitz leads us responsibly.
Ashrei Yoshvei Veitecha, Odia Hallelujah Selah.
Ashrei Am Shekachalo, Ashrei Am Sharonai Elohav.
Tehila LeDavid, Aromimcha Elohai HaMelech, V'yavarcha Shimcha Leolam Va'ed, Bechol Yom Avarchecha, V'yavarcha Shimcha Leolam Va'ed, Gadol Adonai Umhulal Meod, V'lig Dulato in Cheker, Dor Ledor Yishrak Masecha, Uvuratcha Yagidu, Hadar Kevod Hodecha, V'divrei Niflotecha Asicha, V'zudorcha Yomeru, Uvuratcha Yusaprena, Zecherav Tovecha Yabiu, V'tzidkatcha Yerenenu, Chanun V'rachurai. Tov Adonai Lakol, V'rachamav Al Kol Ma'asav.
Yoducha Adonai Kol Ma'asecha, V'chasidecha Yevarchucha.
Kevod Malchutcha Yomeru, Ugvuratcha Yidaberu.
Lo dia livnei Adam Gvorotav, Uchvod Adar Malchuto.
Malchutcha Malchut Kol Olamim, Umemshaltcha B'chol Dor Vador.
Somech Adonai L'chol Hanoflim, V'zokef L'chol Hakfufim.
Einei Choli Lecha Yeshaberu. Ve'ata noten lahem et achlam be'ito.
Poteach et yadecha, maspil l'chol chai ratzon.
Tzadik Adonai b'chol drachav, v'chasid b'chol ma'asav.
Karov Adonai l'chol korav, l'chol asher yikra'uhu ve'emet.
Reitzon yirayav ya'aseh, ve'et shavatam yishma v'yoshim.
Shomer Adonai kol ohava, v'yet kol rishayim yashmid.
Tehilat Adonai Yudaber Pi Vivarech Kol Bashar Shem Kudsho Leolam Va'ed
V'anachnu nevarech ya.
V'ata ve'ad olam Hallelujah.
Page 296, please rise as we conclude the Torah service and return the Sifrei Torah to the Ark.
Yehalelu et Shem Adonai, ki nizkor shemo levado, odo al eretz v'shamayim, vayarem keren li'amo, tehila lechol chasidam, livnei Yisrael, am kerovo. Hallelujah, hallelujah, LeDavid Mizmor. Seu she'arim rashechem v'yinasu p'nchei olam v'yavo melech hakavod. Mi ze melech hakavod? Adonai Yizvus v'gibor, Adonai gibor milchama. Seu she'arim rashechem v'yavo melech hakavod. Mihu ze melech hakavod? Adonai Tzevaot, u'melech hakavod selah. Seu she'arim rashechem v'yinasu p'nchei olam v'yavo melech hakavod. Mihu ze melech hakavod? Adonai Yizvus v'gibor,
May be seated. First, I apologize. That's what Yom Kippur is all about. I realized I went the same side twice, both times, so no one on that side should think that I am snubbing you when I walk around. So I'm going to share some reflections as an introduction to the Yizkor service. We'll hold the Yizkor prayer and ask that you stay in your seats until I'll give you 2 minutes to move if your custom is to leave for Yizkor. And then my official sermon is going to be before Musaf. So Rabbi Jacob Neusner, who passed away in 2016, was a prolific scholar of Judaic studies who wrote and edited more than 900 books. And regarding one specific group of people, he said, "Those beautiful Jews showed me more of what it means to be a Jew, of what Torah stands for, than all the books I ever read." As we prepare for the Yizkor prayer, I'd like to learn about who these people were, who he was referring to, and what makes them such exemplars of Torah. On Yom Kippur, God challenges us to consider our own mortality. Each person's origin is dust, and each person's fate is to return to the dust, the Unatanah Tokef prayer reminds us. We are like a passing shadow, a fading cloud, a fleeting breeze, a vanishing dream. The prohibitions that we accept on Yom Kippur are meant to make us feel just a little weaker, a little closer to death. Abstaining from eating and drinking exposes us to a degree of hunger and thirst we are normally protected from, and as too many of us have sadly seen, refusing to eat and drink is one of the most distinctive early stages of dying. We focus on deaths as motivation because if we truly believed, or God forbid knew, that we had less than a year left on this world, how would we act? What would we want our legacies to be? But despite this very sobering theme, I believe that the recitation of the Yizkor prayer, it's not actually a service in and of itself, is an affirmation of the Jewish belief that our lives, no matter how short or how long they are important in the world, are important in the grand scheme of things. Even after we have departed from this world, there are people and there are communities who will remember us because we influenced them. Yizkor is one of the ways that Jewish tradition reminds us of this truth. Once the immediate periods of mourning, like Shiva, Shloshim, and Kaddish, have ended. Today, however, I'd like to call attention to the quiet work a group of people. These people described by Rabbi Neusner as those beautiful Jews, those holy Jews, who through their actions affirm our continuing worth and holiness in the period immediately after we have died. In his popular guide to Jewish practice, The Jewish Way in Death and Mourning, Rabbi Maurice Lamb writes, "The principle governing the care of the body immediately following death is the sacredness of man. A human being is equated with a Torah scroll that was impaired and can no longer be used at religious services. While the ancient scroll no longer serves any useful ritual purpose, it is revered for the exalted function it once filled. Man, humanity, was created in the image of God, and although the pulse of life is no more, the human form must be respected, for having once embodied the Spirit of God and for the character and personality it housed. From the moment a person's soul passes from the body, our actions are guided by the principle of kavod hamet, or the honor of the dead. Halakha, Jewish law, dictates exactly how we should treat the mate, the person who has passed, from that moment until the person is returned to the earth. While each community has its own slight variations, I'd like to share how it works at Temple Israel. After a family calls the funeral home, the funeral director calls the head of the Chevra Kadisha. Literally, the term means the Holy Society, but we refer to it as the Burial Society. And the chair of the Chevra Kadisha will quickly reach out to the other members who will often need to rearrange their plans to meet at the funeral home. There, they will wash the body in a process called tahara, or purification. This is what Rabbi Jacob Neusner was describing when he observed his father-in-law passing away suddenly in Jerusalem. He said, "Those beautiful Jews showed me more of what it means to be a Jew, of what Torah stands for, than all the books I have ever read. They tended the corpse gently and reverently, yet did not pretend it was other than a corpse. At the conclusion of the burial, the head of the Chevra Kadisha said in a loud voice, so that the dead should hear as well as the living, 'Mordechai ben Menachem, all that we have done is for your honor, and if we have not done our task properly, we beg your forgiveness.' Then the members of the Chevra Kadisha will dress the mate in white shrouds. The kittel that many of us wear on Yom Kippur is meant to remind us of those shrouds, because no matter who we were in life, we go to God in the same simple outfit, taking only our deeds. As the Chevra Kadisha finishes its sacred work, another group take over, the Shomrim, the watchers, or the guards. According to tradition, we do not leave the body alone until the casket is taken to the cemetery. In older times, the purpose was to protect the body from thieves or wild animals. But the mystics taught that the neshama, the soul of the departed, hovers close to the body in the time after the death. And we want to show that neshama that we are showing proper kavod, proper respect for their body. Volunteers will sit in the funeral home with the body throughout the night. And when I discuss these rituals with families, I explain that even though they can no longer protect their loved one, the community assumes the responsibility until we have safely reached the burial. And most inspiring to me in this work is the principle that no one is supposed to know about the work of the Chevra Kadisha and the Shomrim. It is simply enough for a family to know that the deceased is being cared for. But the members of these two groups expect no thanks. Their work exemplifies the idea of chesed shel emet, an act of true kindness that is done with absolutely no expectation of reward or of praise. We are fortunate here at Temple Israel to have a men's Chevra Kadisha chaired by Shel Goldstein and Mark Moffat, a women's Chevra Kadisha chaired by Elaine Sheflin, and a group of Shomrim chaired by Mark Greenberg. All of the people on these various committees give of their time and their effort when called upon, most of the time with very little notice. You do not have to be medically trained to be part of the Chevra Kadisha, and you do not need to think of yourself as especially religious to fulfill these critical mitzvot. All you need is the desire to do your part to offer comfort to a grieving family and to ensure that a member of our community is honored even in death. This is what Rabbi Neusner described as the epitome of Torah. The Yizkor prayer, which we are about to recite, is typically recited sometime after the death has taken place, when we have already had a chance to reflect, to look back. That is why many people have the custom of not saying Yizkor during the first year of mourning. But as we recite Yizkor today, I ask you to think back to the painful and probably chaotic time right before and after the death of a loved one. Think about the people who quietly and behind the scenes made sure that everything went smoothly. Tomorrow, when I send out that wrap-up message with many of the things that we talk about today, I'm going to ask you considering to join this group of beautiful Jews, of affirming this important Judaic value that our lives matter. Please consider taking your part in being on the Chevra Kadisha and the Shomrim and honoring all of the people who we love in our lives when that terrible hour comes. We're about to start the Yizkor portion of the morning service. I'm going to give about 2 minutes. If it's your custom to leave before we recite Yizkor, now is the time to stand up. Please rise as the ark is opened and we remove the Torah scrolls from the ark, including the Shoah scroll, the Holocaust Memorial Scroll. Let's turn to page 293. Cantor chants the words of Psalm 23, "The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want."
Adonai roi lo echsar, bino odeh yarbitzeni, ale me menuchot yenaleni. Nafshi yeshovev, yeshovev, yancheni v'maglei tzedek, yancheni v'maglei tzedek,
Surely goodness and kindness shall be my portion all the days of my life, and I shall dwell in the house of the Lord forever. Turn back to page 290. We recall, led by Karen Noble.
Who watched over us, nursed us, guided us, and sacrificed for us. Some of us lovingly call to mind a wife, husband, or partner with whom we were truly united in our hopes and our pains and our failures and our achievements and our joys and our sorrows. Some of us remember brothers and sisters who grew up together with us, sharing in the play of childhood and the youthful adventure of discovering life's possibilities, bound to us by a heritage of family tradition and by years of togetherness and love. Some of us call to mind children, entrusted to us too briefly, to whom we gave our loving care and from whom we received a trust that encircled our lives. So many of us recall beloved relatives and friends whose affection and devotion enhanced our lives and whose visible presence will never return to cheer, encourage, or support us. Though they are gone, we are grateful for the blessings they brought to our lives. We are sustained and comforted by the thought that their presence in our lives remains an enduring blessing that we can bequeath to others. We can show our devotion to them by our devotion to those ideas that they cherished. O God of love, make us worthy of the love we have received by teaching us to love you with all your heart, all our heart, and with all our soul, and with all our might, and to spread the light of your divine love on those whose lives touch ours. Give us strength to live faithfully, for we are cheered by our confidence that you will not permit our lives to be wasted, but will bring all our worthy strivings to live on, even as we may not see their fulfillment.
Turn to page 291, and we take a moment of silent prayer as we recite our own personal Yizkor prayers. Yizkor Elohim Nishmot Yedidenu Chevrei HaKahal HaKadosh Hazeh Shalchu LeOlamam. May God remember the souls of our friends, members of this holy congregation who have gone to their eternal home. Ana tiyena nafshotehem tzurot bitzror hachayim utehimenu chatam kavod sova smachot et panecha nimot bimincha netzach amen. May their souls be bound up in the bond of life. May these moments of meditation strengthen the ties that link us to their memory. May they rest in peace forever in God's presence, and let us all say, Amen. Yizkor Elohim nishmot kol achenu bnei Yisrael shemasru et nafsham al kiddush Hashem. May God remember the souls of the martyrs of our people, of the house of Israel, who gave their lives for the sanctification of God's name from ancient times until today, including the 6 million Jews murdered in the fires of the Holocaust, and Jews who've given their lives in the building and defense of the state of Israel. In their memory do we pledge tzedakah. May their bravery, their dedication, and their purity be reflected in our lives. May their souls be bound up in the bond of life. May they rest in peace forever in God's presence. And let us say, Amen. Cantor recites the El Malei Rachamim, the memorial prayer in memory of all those we recall today. Adonai is their portion, may they rest in peace, and let us all say, Amen.
Amen.
Page 294, we join together in the words of the Mourner's Kaddish. Yitgadal v'yitkadash shemei Rabbah, v'yalmad divera kirutei v'yamlich malchutei, v'chayechon v'yomechon v'chayei dechol beit Yisrael, ba'agala u'bizman kariv v'imru, Amen. Yehi Shemei Rabbah Mevorach Leolam Ulomei Olmaya Yitbarach v'yishtabach v'yitpa'ar v'yitromam v'yitnaseh v'yitadar v'yitaleh v'yitalal shemei dekudsha brichu le'ela le'ela mikol berchata v'shirata tush berchata v'nechemata damiran v'alma v'yimru amen Yehi shlama rabba min shemaya V'chaim alenu v'al kol Yisrael v'imru amen. Oseh shalom b'mromav, hu yaseh shalom alenu v'al kol Yisrael v'al kol yoshvei tevel v'imru amen. May God who brings peace to the heavens bring peace to us, to all Israel, and to all who dwell on earth. And let us all say, Amen. We return the Torah scrolls to the ark. As the ark is closed, you may be seated. We turn in the Machzors to page 312. Before beginning the Musaf service, the cantor chants the Hineni prayer, asking God for the strength to recite the complex music and texts of the Musaf, asking for strength to represent the community in front of God on the Day of Judgment, page 312.
הצדיקים והחסידים התמימים והישרים כבוד שמך הגדול והנורא, כי אתה שומע תפילת עמך ישראל ברחמים. ברוך אתה שומע
We turn back to page 298. Please rise at the bottom of the page for the Chatzi Kaddish.
יתקדש ויתקדש שמי רבה בימה דברך רעותי וימליך מלכותי בחייך
Yomechon Ufchaye Dechol Beit Yisrael Ba'agala
ובזמן קריב וימרו אמן. יהי שמירה מבורך לעולם יתברך וישתבח ויתפאר ויתרומם ויתנשא ויתהדר ויתעלה ויתהלל שמי קודשו בריחו
לעילא לעילא מכל ברכתה ושירתה תושלכתה ונחמתה תמירה
נאומה ויאמרו ויאמרו אמן.
We spend the next few moments in silent prayer with the words of the Amidah for Musaf, beginning on page 300.
When you've completed your Amidah, you may be seated. Ose shalom bimromav, uyase shalom alenu, ve'al kol Yisrael, ve'imru
May be seated. So when I spoke last week on Rosh Hashanah, many of you went out and went to the movies after I talked. Last night after I spoke, many of you thought about your doctors, wondered if you were candidates for LASIK. So where should I send you today? Well, the answer to that question is Israel. There's an image in Jewish literature and rabbinic literature that I have always liked, always admired. When the Israelites arrive at Mount Sinai, at the foot of the mountain after leaving Egypt, about to receive the Torah, it says they camp at the foot of the mountain. And the biblical commentator Rashi says they stand there, ki ish echad belev echad, as one person with one mind or one heart, painting an incredible picture of unity, everyone there for the same purpose, everyone there trusting, loving the people standing around them. It's a beautiful image to think about of the Jewish people all across the world standing ki ish echad, as one person, belev echad, with one heart. But of course, we know that that has never been an accurate image of Jewish people. We are, to put it bluntly, a bit of a mess. A much better image describing the Jewish people can be found in the Talmud, in Masechet Menachot. It's a rather strange image. It's an image of a person who is described as having one body but two heads. Today, we might call this conjoined twins. And a midrash describes that such a person came before the wise King Solomon to judge a case. The question concerned inheritance, and the questioner needed to know if this was one person with two heads or two people with one body. And if you're familiar with the stories of King Solomon's judgment, you know that he is not afraid to get creative to figure out tough cases, and don't bring him your babies. In a rather graphic image, the Midrashic writer explains that Solomon covered one head with a cloth and poured scalding hot water on the other. Instantly, both heads began to scream, "We are dying, we are dying, we are one, not two." So King Solomon concludes that it is in fact one person standing in front of him. I don't know the history of this story or much about the physiology of conjoined twins, so we're not going to take this story too literally. But I do want you to keep that image of one body with two heads in mind, because it serves as a useful metaphor for what I'd like to speak about today. Although there are Jews across the world, the Jewish people in the 21st century is essentially one body with two heads. There are 6 to 7 million Jews living in the United States of America, and 6 to 7 million Jews living in the state of Israel. With apologies to other very fine, long-established Jewish communities, America and Israel are the two heads of the Jewish people in the 21st century. In the Midrashic story, King Solomon proves that when one head is in pain, the other suffers alongside of it. Today, when one head of the Jewish people is in pain, the other head must feel the pain as well. Back in November, I had the privilege of leading my first trip to Israel as the rabbi of Temple Israel. As I said, next one is in June. When I planned that first trip, I had no idea that on the second day of our time, Israel would hold its 5th national election in about 3 years. It was fascinating to see Israeli democracy in action as the many different political parties vied for votes. As we walked through Tel Aviv on election day, we passed a number of polling stations, and I collected a few of the more interesting party signs. I really wanted one from Shas, the Sephardic ultra-Orthodox party that read in Hebrew, Ge'im lihiyot Yehudim, proud to be Jews. I wanted to hang it in my office, but I couldn't quite stomach the picture of their departed spiritual leader, Rabbi Ovadia Yosef, looking down on me, literally, and probably metaphorically as well. But at the end of the day, I sat with a few congregants, with our Israeli-American tour guide, and with some Israelis in a bar at our hotel, doing what Israelis do on election night, watching as the results came in on 3 different news stations. Early in the evening, it was clear that Benjamin Netanyahu's Likud party would receive the most votes, but it was not clear how he would go about forming a government coalition. In the following weeks, I hoped that he would reach across the aisle to form a strong national unity government. But as we all know, he elected to form a government with the ultra-Orthodox political parties and with the extremely theocratic religious Zionist parties. And immediately the new government unveiled its plans for a judicial overhaul focusing on the Supreme Court. Those in favor of judicial reform believe that the Supreme Court has taken on too much power and threatens Israel's democracy. Those opposed to the moves believe that it will undermine civil rights and empower a partisan government in a country with no constitutional checks and balances. So in response to these proposed changes, the largest movement in Israeli history took to the streets of cities across the country. As of a survey taken back in April, 1 in every 5 Israelis has taken part in protests, and I would guess by now this number has gone up. And that leaves me struggling, me not sure what the right thing to do is. For the first time in many years, Israelis are turning to American Jews for help in different ways. In a recent provocative piece in the Times of Israel, Mati Friedman, Yossi Klein Halevi, and Daniel Gordis, 3 people who would never be described as left-wing and who have generally told American Jews to mind our own politics, made the case that it is time for the Jewish diaspora to change the nature of its relationship with Israel. They wrote, "Diaspora support for Israel has traditionally taken the form of support for its government. But now, the greatest threat facing Israel is its government. Jews in the diaspora can no longer support Israel without asking which Israel they are supporting. To treat Israel's present leadership as a normative government is to be complicit in the self-destruction of the Jewish state. Diaspora organizations and leaders who continue to meet politely with government ministers and pose for photographs with the Prime Minister are failing the Israel that diaspora communities helped create. At this fraught moment, Jewish organizations conducting business as usual are placing themselves on the wrong side of history." As I said, if you know the 3 people involved, these are not words that they would have said even a year ago. And honestly, I do not know what to do with this. I know that if I lived in Israel, I would be out protesting. If I was visiting Israel, I would lend my voice to the protests. I admire the ardent Zionists who have made the Israeli flag the central symbol of the protest movement and who sing Hatikva at every rally. And if the protests are still going on when we visit Israel next year, we'll be sure to learn about them and to offer people the opportunity to participate if they would like. I know that many of the people in the current government are religious extremists whose beliefs and actions threaten the safety of Israeli citizens and undermine the rule of law and the strength of the military that has kept Israel a strong and vibrant democracy in a turbulent region. But at the same time, I'm not in Israel right now. I'm here. And from here, what Friedman, Halevi, Gordis, and others are asking us to do feels hard, feels wrong in some way, feels like the opposite of what we have always done. So I'm not going to stand up here and tell you what you should or should not do. Similar to every congregation in the United States, we are divided starkly along political lines. We are people who despise the prime minister and what he has unleashed upon the state of Israel. And we are people who think that the prime minister is the man who is single-handedly standing between the state of Israel and a nuclear holocaust. And a sermon is not going to change that. Instead, I'm going to challenge you to use that quality of empathy that I spoke about last week on Rosh Hashanah, and then to remember the image of the two-headed man in pain. Israelis of all political backgrounds are in pain right now. Those who oppose the government fear for the future of their country, but people on the other side are hurting as well. Mizrahi, Middle Eastern Jews have been treated like second-class citizens for decades by the Ashkenazi elite. Israelis of my age grew up with the danger of the Second Intifada over their heads. Settlers who were forced to leave their homes in Gaza in the 2005 disengagement have been abandoned by successive governments and forgotten by the Israelis who asked them to make this sacrifice for their country. It is the pain of these indignities that led so many people to empower this government of extremists. If Israeli Jews are in pain, then American Jews must be in pain as well. We cannot turn our eyes away. This year, I challenge each of you to decide how it is that you will show Israelis that you care. You care not just about the physical existence of the country, but about the way Israelis live in that country. A few moments ago, Andrew Kapustin shared about the importance of Israeli bonds. Purchasing bonds, as I said, has long been one way that American Jews invested in and built up the state of Israel. But if bonds are not your thing, there are so many other ways. And I want you to learn about the many organizations that support Israeli civil society. I am personally inspired by the work of Masorti, which is the conservative movement in Israel. With almost no help from the government, Masorti Jews set up synagogues and communities across Israel and spread a Judaism that is both egalitarian like ours, but also uniquely Israeli. Masorti also runs an incredible special needs education and B'nai Mitzvah program, and parts of the movement have been active in the protests. Judaism has thrived when there are two strong communities that learn from each other, that talk to each other, that dialogue with each other. In the time of the Talmud, when Judaism as we know it developed, there was constant travel and constant dialogue between the Jewish community in the land of Israel and the Jewish community in Babylonia. Today, the two communities are in America and in Israel. I'd like to imagine us the way Rashi described the Jewish people, ki ish echad im lev echad, as one person with one heart. But that would not be accurate. We are more like that awkwardly described person with two heads. Right now, one of those heads is in pain, and it's up to us to decide what the other head will do. Good Yantiv. Turn to page 313. I invite you to rise for the beginning of the Musaf service. The ark is opened for Chazarat Hashatz, the repetition of the Amidah.
הגדול, הגיבור והנורא, עליון, גומל חסדים טובים, וקונה הכל, וזוכר חסדי אבות ואימהות, ומביא גואל לבני בניהם, למען שמו באהבה. מסוד חכמים ונבונים, ומלמד דעת מבינים, הבטחה בתפילה ובתחנונים, לכלות ולחנן פני מלך מלא רחמים ואדוני האדונים.
The ark is closed. You may be seated. Zachrenu lechaim, bottom of page 313.
זכרנו לחיים, מלך חפץ בחיים, וכותבנו בספר החיים, וכותבנו בספר החיים, למענך אלוהים חיים. מלך עוזר פוקד ומושיע ומגן, ברוך אתה אדוני.
Shemo.
מגן אברהם ופוקד שרה.
Amen.
אתה גיבור לעולם אדוני, מחיים איתי מטריו להושיע. מכלכל חיים בחסד, מחיי מתים ברחמים רבים, סומך נופלים ורופא חולים, ומתיר אסורים, ומקיים אמונתו לשני עפר. מי כמוך בעל גבורות ומידות מלך, מלך ממית ומחיה ומצמיח ישועה. מי כמוך אב הרחמים, זוכר יצוריו לחיים ברחמים, ונאמן אתה לחיות מתים. ברוך אתה אדוני,
Baruch Hu Shemo.
מחיי המתים.
Amen. 50 years ago today, Israel was attacked on Yom Kippur. The Yom Kippur War took place from October 6th to October 24th, 1973. The main battles were between Israel and Syria and Egypt, with more troops coming from Iraq and Jordan. And though Israel won this war, it had a tremendous effect on Israel and Israelis, led eventually to the first Arab-Israeli peace treaty, and caused political and social upheaval within Israel. This was felt very heavily at Kibbutz Beit Hashita in the Jordan Valley, kibbutz that lost 11 members in this war. One day after the war's end, 11 small army trucks pulled through the kibbutz gates, headlights on even though it was daytime. Each bore one coffin. The dead men were the kibbutz's next generation, young workers and fathers, most of them reservists. For a small and tightly lit community, it was a nearly incomprehensible loss. A decade later, singer Yair Rosenblum moved to the kibbutz and found the people there still shattered by grief. And as a gift to the kibbutz, he composed this melody for the prayer Unatanah Tokef, which we have used this year. is based on Ashkenazi Chazanut, on Sephardic prayer, and on contemporary Israeli music. And Rosenblum wrote it to help the kibbutzniks have a ritual that was specific for them, that was their way of marking this terrible loss that they suffered in the Yom Kippur War. The tune owes its power to the way it fits the haunting words of the prayer, but also to the fact that its origins link the two most powerful strands in the modern Israeli experience of Yom Kippur, the weight of Jewish tradition and the weight of the tragedies of 1973. We turn to page 315, and we rise as the ark is opened, Unatanah Tokef, the scene of God sitting in judgment on Yom Kippur.
ובכינו לך אתה לקדושה, כי אתה אלוהינו מלך מוחל וסולח. ונתנה תוקף קדושת היום, כי הוא נורא ואיום, ובו תנשא מלכותך, ויכון בחסד כיסאך, ותשב עליו באמת, ותשב עליו באמת. אמת כי אתה הוא דיין ומוכיח ויודע ועד, וחותם וסופר ומונה, ותזכור כל הנשכחות, ותפתח את ספר הזיכרונות, ומעליו יקרב וחותם יד כל אדם בו. ובשופר גדול ייתקע, וכל דממה דקה יישמע, ומלאכים יחפזון, וכאילו רעדה יאחזון. ומלאכים יחפזון, וכאילו רעדה יאחזון. ובשופר גדול ייתקע, וכל דממה דקה יישמע, ומלאכים יחפזון, וכאילו רעדה יאחזון. ומלאכים יחפזון, וכאילו רעדה יאחזון. ואומרו הנה יום הדין, לבכור על צבא מרום בדין, כי לא יזכו בעיניך בדין. וכל באי עולם יעברון לפניך כבני מרון, כבקרת רועה עדרו, מעביר צאנו תחת שבטו. וכל באי עולם יעברון לפניך כבני מרון, כבקרת רועה עדרו, מעביר צאנו תחת שבטו. כן תעביר ותספור ותמנה ותפקוד נפש כל חי, ותחתוך קצבה לכל בריאה, ותכתוב גזר דינם. ובשופר גדול ייתקע, וכל דממה דקה יישמע, ומלאכים יחפזון, וכאילו רעדה יאחזון. במדקה יישמע. ומלאכים יחפזון, וכילורי ידה יאחזון. ומלאכים יחפזון, וכילורי ידה
The ark is closed, you may be seated. On Rosh Hashanah it is written, and on the fast day of Yom Kippur it is sealed. How many will pass on, and how many will be born? Who will live, and who will die? Middle of page 315, Liza Simon leads us Rosh Hashanah Yikatevun.
Rosh Hashanah Yikatevun Yom Kippur Yechatemun B'Rosh Hashanah Yikatevun Yom Kippur Yechatemun Kama Yavrun V'Chama Yibareun Berosh Hashanah Yikatevun Uvyom Kippur Yechatemun Berosh Hashanah Yikatevun Uvyom Kippur Yechatemun. Sama mi varash umi vamagefa mi vachanika umi vaskila berosh Hashanah Yikatevun uvyom Kippur Yechatemun Rosh Hashanah Yikatevun Uvyom Kippur Yechatemun Mi yanuach umi yanuach mi shaket umi taref mi shalev umid yasar mi ani umi asher mi shafel umi arum berosh Hashanah Yikatevun uvyom Kippur Yechatemun Berosh Hashanah Yikatevun Uvyom Kippur Yechatemun.
But Teshuvah, Tefillah, and Tzedakah have the power to transform the harshness of our destiny. Top of page 316.
ותשובה ותפילה וצדקה מעבירים את רוע הגזירה.
Each person's origin is dust, and each person will return to the earth having spent life seeking sustenance. Scripture compares human beings to a broken shard, withering grass, a shriveled flower, passing shadow, a fading cloud, a fleeting breeze, scattered dust, a vanishing dream. But you are the sovereign living God, ever present.
ואתה הוא מלך אל חי וקיים.
Page 317, please rise for the Kedusha.
עשה למען שמך וקדיש שמך מקדישי שמך בעבור כבוד שמך הנערץ והנקדש כסוד שיח שרפי קודש המקדישים שמך בקודש דורי מעליים דורי מטה ככתוב היה נביאך וכרזל ואמר קדוש 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 אדוני צבאות מלוא כל הארץ כבודו כבודו מלא עולם משאר טוב שואלים זה לזה האם מקום כבודו לעומתם ברוך יאמרו ברוך כבוד אדוני במקומו הוא יפן ברחמים ויחון עמם יחדים שמו ערב ובוקר בכל יום תמיד פעמיים באהבה שמה אומרים שמה ישראל אדוני אלוהינו אדוני אחד הוא אלוהינו הוא אבינו הוא אבינו הוא מלכנו הוא מושיענו והוא ישמיענו ברחמיו שנית והוא ישמיענו ברחמיו שנית לעיני כל חי והוא ישמיענו ברחמיו שנית והוא ישמיענו ברחמיו שנית לעיני כל חי להיות לכם לאלוהים אני אדוני אלוהיכם אדיר אדירנו אדוני אדוננו מדיר שמך בכל הארץ והיה אדוני למען כל הארץ ביום ההוא יהיה אדוני אחד ושמו אחד ובדברי קודשך כתוב לאמור ימלוך אדוני לעולם אלוהי ציון לדור ודור hallelujah. Let's join our voices together. לדור ודור נגיד גודלך לדור ודור נגיד גודלך ולנצח נצחים קדושתך נקדיש לדור ודור נגיד גודלך לדור ודור נגיד גודלך ולנצח נצחים קדושתך נקדיש בשבחך אלוהינו מפינו לא ימוש לעולם ועד בשבחך אלוהינו מפינו לא ימוש לעולם ועד לדור ודור נגיד גודלך לדור ודור נגיד גודלך ולנצח נצחים קדושתך נקדיש קדושתך
may be seated. We turn to page 321, in the middle of the page, Uvechein tein pachtecha.
ובכן תמברת אדוני אלוהינו על כל מעשיך ואימתך כל מה שבראת ויראוך כל המעשים וישתחוו לפניך כל הברואים ויעשו כולם אגודה אחת לעשות רצונך בלבב שלם כמו שתנו אדוני אלוהינו שהשלטון לפניך עוז בידך וגבורה בימינך ושמך נורא על כל מה שבראת ובכן תגבור אדוני לעמך תהילה ליראך ותקווה לדורשך ופתחון פה למייחלים לך שמחה לארצך וששון ליראך ותמיכה יקר לרבי רבתך פרחנה לבן אישה משכך במהרה ויאמנו ובכן צדיקים יראו וישמחו ישרים יעלוזו וחסידים ברינה יגילו ועולת תקפוץ פיה וכל הרישה כולה כעשן תכלה כי תעביר ממשלת צדון מן הארץ.
Bottom of 322.
ותמלוך אתה לבדך על כל מעשיך בהר ציון משכן כבודך ובירושלים עיר קודשך ככתוב בדברי קודשך ימלוך אדוני לעולם אלוהי ציון לדור ודור הללויה קדוש אתה ונורא שמך ואין אלוה מבלעדיך ככתוב ויגבר אדוני צבאות במשפט והאל הקדוש נקדש בצדקה ברוך אתה אדוני
ברוך הוא ושמו
המלך הקדוש
אמן.
אתה בחרתנו מכל העמים אהבת אותנו ורצית בנו ורוממתנו מכל הלשונות וקידשתנו במצוותיך וקרבתנו מכל הלשונות וקידשתנו במצוותיך וקרבתנו מלכנו לעבודתך בשמך הגדול והקדוש עלינו קראת ותיתן לנו באהבה את יום הכיפורים הזה למחילה ולסליחה ולכפרה ולמחל בול אל כל עוונותינו מקרא קודש זכר ליציאת מצרים.
We turn to page 325 in the middle of the page. As on Rosh Hashanah, in the middle of the Musaf Amidah, we recite the Alenu, the prayer we are familiar with from the end of the service. Prayer proclaiming God as our king, as our ruler, whom we bow down to. And as on Rosh Hashanah, the tradition here by V'anachnu Korim is to fall fully to the ground. Page 325, please rise as the ark is open for Alenu.
ולא שמענו כמשפחות אדמה שלא שם חלקנו כהם וגורלנו ככל עמונם ואנחנו Lifnei melech, lifnei melech malchi hamelachim, hakadosh baruch hu.
Ark is closed. You may be seated. Cantor continues at the bottom of the page, Ochila La'el.
Achila la'el, achal lefanav, eshala mimenu malei ashon. Grant me proper speech, for I would sing of your strength amidst the congregation of your people. Asher bikalam ashira uzo, abiarinanot be'ar mifalav, le'adam marchei lev, u'meronai manei lashon. Adonai sifatai tiftach, ufi yagid tehilatecha, yehu leratzon imrevi, ve'gioni bilevanecha, Adonai tzuri ve'goali.
We've reached the portion of the Musaf service that's called the Avodah. And I spoke a little bit about the Avodah last night. It was the ancient rituals performed in the Jerusalem temples when they stood. It began in the time of wandering in the wilderness, in the time of the Mishkan. In the Torah reading this morning, we read about the Yom Kippur service, the Day of Atonement there. But the Mishnah and the Talmud preserve in great detail how the priests, the Kohanim, specifically the Kohen Gadol, served God on the Day of Atonement, recounting his times immersing in the mikveh, changing from one set of garments to another, burning sacrifices, offering incense, sending away the scapegoat. At the end of the day, he would exit the Kodesh HaKodashim, the Holy of Holies. The people would know that the ritual had been done appropriately. Even though the days of the temples and the sacrifices are long over, we recount stories of them as a link to our most ancient past and remembering the faith of the Israelites who stood waiting outside the temple for the high priest to complete the service. The Avodah service on Yom Kippur that we have describes in words what they experienced. And we turn to page 331. The first passage of the Avodah that we will recite is V'kach haya moneh. And thus the high priest would count as he sprinkled the blood upon the altar. The tradition is to repeat each phrase after the cantor.
V'kach haya moneh,
V'kach haya moneh.
Achat,
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 achat v'achat, achat,
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 achat u'shnayim, achat, achat, achat v'shalosh, achat, achat v'arba, achat, achat, achat v'chamish, achat, achat, achat v'shesh, achat, achat, achat v'sheva.
You know that we take we give great respect to the name of God. Some people even go in so far as when writing the word God to write G-D. But when we talk about the name of God, we're talking about a name that we really don't know how to pronounce. Our ancient ancestors believed that God had a name, like each of us. And on the holiest day of the year, the high priest, the Kohen, would address God with that name, creating a sense of intimacy of the priest going to God, requesting forgiveness for the people. And we reenact that part of the Avodah service on page 332. First, the high priest confesses. He performs 3 examples of the vidui, of the confessional prayer on behalf of himself, on behalf of his household, and on behalf of the people of Israel. And it included an enunciation of God's name. And as the priest would do that, the people in the courtyard of the temple were so inspired that they would fall to their faces in prayer. It happened spontaneously. We choreographed that into the service. So we turn to page 332. I invite you to rise. First for the passage V'kach haya omer, the confession of the high priest, followed by V'hakohanim V'ha'am, the response of the Israelite people. Middle of page 332.
V'kach haya omer, ana Hashem chatu havu, pashu lefanecha, Amcha Beit Yisrael, ana Vashem kaperna, לחטאים ולעוונות ולפשעים שחטאו ושעוו ושפשו לפניך עמך בית ישראל ככתוב בתורת משה עבדך כי ביום הזה יכפר עליכם לטהר אתכם מכל חטאותיכם לפני אדוני. והכהנים והעם העומדים בזרה כשהיו שומעים את השם הנכבד מפורש יוצא מפי כהן גדול, מפי כהן גדול, בקדושה ובתורה, בקדושה ובתורה, היו ואומרים ברוך, ברוך שם כבוד מלכותו לעולם ועד.
And thus would the high priest say, Lord, your people, the house of Israel, have committed iniquity, have transgressed, have sinned against you. I beseech you, Adonai, by your holy name, forgive the iniquities and the transgressions and the sins that your people, the house of Israel, have committed against you. As it is written in the Torah of your servant Moses, on this day, atonement shall be made for you to cleanse you of all your sins before Adonai. When the high priest completed the work of the day, he would emerge from the Kodesh HaKodashim, the Holy of Holies, and recite this prayer. May it be your will, Lord our God and God of our ancestors, to grant us with all your people Israel a year of abundance, a year of blessing, a year of good fortune, a year of bountiful harvest, a year of prosperity and success, a year of assembly in your holy place, a year of song, a year of fulfilling life, a year of dew and rain and sun, a year of sweet fruit at the harvest, a year of atonement and forgiveness for all our sins, a year in which our bread and water are blessed, a year of rest, a year of consolation, a year of abundant joy, a year of delight, a year in which the fruit of our womb and of our earth are blessed, a year in which our going and coming are blessed, a year in which our community achieves salvation, a year in which your mercy descends upon us, a year of peace and tranquility, a year in which we go up in joy to your land, a year in which your people Israel will not require support from one another or from other people, the work of their hands being fully blessed. Ashrei ayin ra'ata kol eila, blessed were those who saw all of these things. Sadly, we can only hear about them. We turn ahead to page 346, the prayer Shema Kolenu, asking God, hear our voice, be kind and compassionate to us, and willingly accept our prayer. Page 346, the ark is opened for Shema Kolenu. Do not cast us away as we grow old. Do not desert us as our energy wanes. Do not abandon us, Adonai our God. Do not distance yourself from us. The ark is closed. You may be seated. Continue at the top of page 347.
Eloheinu ve'Elokei avotenu v'imotenu, selach lanu, mechal lanu, kaper lanu. Please join with me. Ki anu amecha. Ki anu amecha, v'ata Eloheinu, anu vanecha, v'ata avinu, anu avatecha, v'ata adonenu, anu kehalecha, v'ata chelkenu, anu nachalatecha, v'ata goralenu, anu tzonecha, v'ata roenu, anu charnecha, v'ata nodrenu, anu ve'ulatecha, v'ata yotzrein, anu rayatecha, v'ata dodenu, anu segulatecha, v'ata kerovein, anu amecha, v'ata malkenu, anu mamirecha, v'ata mamirenu.
Page 348, we've reached the Vidoi section of the service. The top of the page, please rise. Our God and God of our ancestors, hear our prayer, do not ignore our plea. Our God and God of our ancestors, we are neither so insolent nor so obstinate as to claim in your presence that we are righteous without sin. For we, like our ancestors who came before us, have sinned. We join together.
Ay, 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 ay. Ashamnu,
Ashamnu,
Bagadnu,
Bagadnu,
Gazalnu,
Gazalnu,
Dibarnu Dofi,
Dibarnu Dofi,
Hevinu,
Hevinu,
Vehirshanu,
Vehirshanu,
Zadnu,
Zadnu,
Hamasnu,
Hamasnu,
Tafalnu Sheker,
Tafalnu Sheker.
Ay, 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 ay. Yatznura,
Yatznura,
Kizavnu,
Kizavnu,
Latznu,
Latznu,
Maradnu,
Maradnu,
Niatznu,
Niatznu,
Sararnu,
Sararnu,
Avinu,
Avinu,
Pashanu,
Ashanu,
Sararnu,
Sararnu,
Kishinu Oref,
Kishinu Oref,
Rashanu,
Rashanu,
Shichatnu,
Shichatnu,
Tiavnu,
Tiavnu,
Tainu,
Tainu,
Titanu,
Titanu.
Ay, 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 ay. Sarnu mi mitzvotecha umi mitzvotecha tovim velo shavalanu ve'ata tzadik al kol habalinu ki emet asita v'anachnu yishanu.
We turn to page 351, Al Chet Shechatanu Lefanecha, for the sin we have sinned against you.
על חית רצה ולרמונס וברצון ועל חית רצה לבנך באימוץ הלב על חית רצה לבנך
לבנך בביטוי שפתיים, לבנך בגילוי לבנך בגלי וסעת, לבנך בדברים, לבנך בדיבור פה, לבנך בנדריה, לבנך ברעלי,
על חית רצה לבנך ביצר הרע ועל חית רצה לבנך ביודעים ובלא יודעים ועל כולם Elohai selichot, selach lanu mechalanu, kaper lanu, al chesed levanecha bechachash uchchazav, al chesed levanecha bechapat shochad, al chesed levanecha
במסע ובמתן,
על חטאת לבניך בעיניים רמות, ועל חטאת לבניך בעזות מצח, ועל כולם אלוהי סליחות, סלח לנו מחלנו, כפר לנו, על חטאת על חטאת לבניך בתשומת יד, ועל חטאת לבניך בתימהון לבב, ועל כולם אלוהי סליחות, סלח לנו מחלנו,
May be seated. Second paragraph on page 354. Eloheinu v'Elokei avotenu, forgive our sins on this Yom Kippur.
Eloheinu v'Elokei avotenu v'imotenu, mechal avonotenu b'yom hakippurim hazeh, mecher ve'aver peshayinu v'chatzotenu minega einecha, kamor anochi hu mocheh peshecha lemani, v'chatzotecha lo ezkor, v'ne'emar מחitiך פשעיך וחנן חטאותיך, שובה אלי כי גלתיך, ונאמר כי ביום הזה יכפר עליכם, לטהר אתכם מכל חטאותיכם, לפני אדוני תטהרו. אלוהינו ואלוהי אבותינו ואמותינו, קדשנו במצוותיך, ותנחלקנו בתורתך, סבינו מטובך ושמחנו בישועתך, ותרד מלבדך באמת, כי אתה צלך לישראל ומחלל לשבטי ישורון בכל דור ודור, ומבלעדיך אין לנו מלך מוכר ולסלח, אתה ברוך אתה אדוני, מלך מוכר וסלח לעוונותינו ולעוונות עמו בית ישראל, ומעביר אשמותינו בכל שנה ושנה, מלך על כל הארץ, מקדש ישראל. מלך על כל הארץ, מקדש ישראל. ביום הכיפורים.
אמן.
רצה אדוני אלוהינו בעמך ישראל תפילתם, והשב יתברך לזביר ביתך. ותפילתם בהבה תקבל ברצון, ותהיה רצון תמיד עבודת ישראל עמך, ותחזן עינינו בשובך לציון ברחמים, ברוך אתה אדוני,
ברוך ובשמו,
המחזיר שכינתו לציון.
אמן. מודים אנחנו לך שאתה ברכות ושמיכה גדולה.
הטוב כי לא חלו רחמך והרמכים כי לא תמוך חסדיך מעולם קיווינו לך, ועל כולם יברך ותשמם שמך מגן תמיד לעולם ועד. אבינו מלכנו זוכר רחמך ובוש כעסך, וכלי דבר וחרב ורעב ושבי, ומשחית ועוון ושמד ומגפה ופגע רע, וכל מחלה וכל תקלה, וכל קטטה וכל מיני פורעניות, וכל גזירה רעה ושנאת חינם מעלינו מעל כל בני בריתך, וכטוב לחיים טובים כל בני בריתך, וכטוב לחיים טובים כל בני בריתך, בכל החמיות וחסלה, ועלו את שמך באמת, על שותנו ועזרתנו סלע. ברוך אתה אדוני,
ברוך ובשמו,
הטוב שמך לך נאה להודות.
אמן. 357.
אלוהינו ואלוהי אבותינו ואמותינו, ברכינו בברכה המשולשת בתורה הכתובה על ידי משה עבדך, אמורה מפי אהרון ובניו כהנים, עם קדושך קמו יברכך אדוני וישמרך.
כן יהי רצון.
יאר אדוני פניו אליך ויחונך.
כן יהי רצון.
יישא אדוני פניו אליך וישם לך שלום.
כן יהי רצון.
Let's join together. Sim shalom, sim shalom, sim shalom, tova uvracha, chin v'chesed v'rachamim, alenu ve'al kol Yisrael amecha. Sim shalom, sim shalom, sim shalom, tova uvracha, chin v'chesed v'rachamim, alenu ve'al kol Yisrael amecha. Barchinu avinu kulanu kechad bior panecha, ki ve'or panecha natata lanu, Adonai Eloheinu. Sim shalom, sim shalom, sim shalom, tova uvracha, chin v'chesed v'rachamim, alenu ve'al kol Yisrael amecha. וטוב בינך לברך את עמך ישראל בכל עת ובכל שעה בשלומך. בספר חיים ברכה ושלום ופרנסה טובה, ניזכר וניכתב לפניך, אנחנו וכל עמך בית ישראל, לחיים טובים ולשלום. ונאמר כי בימו ימיך ויוסיפו לך שנות חיים, לחיים טובים. תכתבנו אלוהים חיים, כותבנו בספר החיים, ככתוב ואתם מדבקים באדוני אלוהיכם חיים כולכם היום.
As we reach the end of the Musaf service, we invite our TIRS kids who made it all day in Yom Kippur to join us. Kol HaKavod to Rabbi Kornsgold and her team. Welcome back to the Bima to lead us in Hayom Ta'amsenu. Please rise as the ark is open.
Hi, everybody. Right here in front of the ark, guys. We're going to come over here. Okay. Are you guys? All right, here we go.
Hayom
ark is closed. Great job. We conclude the Amidah at the bottom of page 358.
כהיום הזה תביאנו ששים ושמחים בבניין שלם, כרדו ביד אביך ואבי אותי אל הר קודשי, ושימחתי בבית תפילתי, כי ביתי בית תפילה יקרא לכל העמים, וצדקה וברכה ורחמים וחיים ושלום יהיה לנו לכל ישראל ולכל יושבי תבל עד העולם. ברוך אתה אדוני עושה השלום.
Amen. Page 359, Kaddish Shalem.
יתגדל ויקדש שמי רבה,
אמן.
בעלמא דברה חירותי וימליך מלכותי, בחייכון וביומכון ובחיי כל בית ישראל, בגלה ובזמן קריב, ואמרו אמן.
אמן.
יהי שמי רבה מבורך לעולם לעולמי, יתברך יתברך, 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 יתברך וישתבח ויפאר ויתרומם ויתנשא ויתהדר ויתעלה ויתהלל, שמי דקודש הבריחו לעילה ולעילה מן כל ברכתה ושירתה, תושבחתה ונחמתה דמירן ביומה ואמרו אמן.
אמן.
תתקבל צלות ונובה ותהון דכל ישראל, קדם אבוהון דיבי ישמעיה ואמרו אמן. יש למה רבה מן שמעיה וחיים עלינו והכל ישראל, ואמרו אמן. עושה שלום ממרומיו ויעשה שלום עלינו ועל כל ישראל, ואמרו ואמרו ואמרו
We have reached the end of the Musaf service. Thank you to Cantor Lissick, to all of the participants and the honors committee. Well done, Yasher Koach. I think that we have earned a little bit of a break. We invite anyone who'd like to join us together in the chapel. In a few moments, we'll be starting a light stretch and movement session. You can keep your suit on. It's led by Jackie Kaplan, a congregant and a yoga instructor. My study session in the chapel is at 4:00 p.m. Mincha is at 5:00, and the final shofar blast leading into breakfast around 8:00.